Anyway. I've got a queue to sit in. Do I want to do this at this... Oh, you know what? We'll see how big the queue is for that. It's fine. What was the other thing I needed to queue up for? Oh, yeah, there was also the thing with the Temple of the Fist. No, I'll just do this for now, and we'll go back to Hildebrand, I think. Yes, the burn. Actually, I'm going to do a preemptive adjustment for the volume. I've got to do quick math in my head. You bring that up by 11, which is like a sixth, so it's 1.16 extra. Well, actually, no. From the top end, it's actually halved. So, yeah, moving it to... Yeah, okay. It'd be great if I could get into a scene with dialogue right now, but, yeah. Fair warning, I think the audio is going to be a little weird. At least to start off with. You're right, a burst of inspiration. Nope. Yes. Yeah, so I got a new webcam, which I've been dying to replace because the one I was using was like something I purchased 7 years ago. And it was like a pretty decent one for being a portable one. It did 720-30, although not very well. But yeah, I figured that like having a webcam that's a bit more capable of better just quality images will allow me to do more stuff with scenes, which is something I've definitely got to mess around with. Having like a scene that's more me talking and like not sitting in the corner when it kind of makes sense. Because at the moment, like when we were talking about the song, for example, I feel like that would have been a good place to have like a side by side, or a side by side style view where like I'm sitting like here and the video's sitting there, kind of even like that. So yeah, it'll just enable me to do a lot of things. I've got to figure out where I'm going to get a microphone arm though, because the one I was looking at was really expensive. Or just for like taking breaks too would probably make more sense to have myself more front and center, you know. Right, I'm not walking around here. I need to go to Lenosha. So yeah, there's like 3 things I'm looking at the moment that I really want. Number 1 is a new mouse, because there are 2 keys on the 12-button mouse that are just dead, that I can't use. And I would like to not have that be the case. Next thing is a mic arm, just to have the mic a bit... First off my desk, because it's currently on my desk. I've had to push my keyboard back to work with this and have the mic at a decent distance from me. Last thing is a capture card, but probably going to be a bit before I get that. Like, once I want to start replaying, like, Persona 5, I think is going to be the thing that finally gets me to do that. Sounds like some fun purchases. Yes, some fun, expensive purchases. I've been spending a lot of money on clothes. Oh, I gotta do that too. I'm running out of... Well, I'm running out of variety, which I suddenly want in my, like, clothing now. One thing I really don't have a lot of is, like, extras. Like, usually I have, like, I have shirt and jeans, or a shirt and pants for, like, pretty much everything. But I'm really missing, like, scarves, jackets, stuff like that. That's the stuff I really need to get my, pull my head out about, but I continue to be lazy. Or then, I guess, this year in particular was not conducive to that. I have an entire wardrobe to build. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, wait, like, actually building a wardrobe, or, like, building a wardrobe as in building an amount of clothes? Because I literally built a wardrobe, like, 2 months ago? Was that the beginning of November? I think it was. Anyway. Is it just me, or is there a chill in the air? Perhaps we should go someplace warm. Acquiring large amounts of clothing. My dorm has 2 full closets. Oh, damn. Lucky you. I, for one, welcome a respite from the sweltering heat. Besides, this will not take long. If you insist, Inspector. Through the questioning of a brass blade attacked by our quarry, I have identified the 3 individuals most likely to be our thief in disguise. To wit, Morgant, Yalto Nalto, and Lewenhart. The 3 of us shall split up, with each of us keeping watch over... The 2 of you listening... Of course we are. Beg pardon, Inspector. You look unwell, Miss Ellie. Perhaps you are right. I, too, feel a chill wind blowing in. Mayhap we should continue our conversation elsewhere. Ah, but there is no need. Wait here, I shall build us a fire. Bro. Okay, listen, this guy is obviously very smart. There's no denying this. But when someone says that they're just cold in this current area when you're on, like, a sunlit beach and you are in the shade, I don't think my first response would be to build a fire. Like, regardless of the fact that that's obviously made for comedy, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Just move. Just move into the sun, please. Hildebrand brings everyone's IQ down. Yeah, that's right. He has a debuff aura. Everyone within the vicinity loses IQ over time. Which is why Brydon, yeah, which is why Brydon is, like, subbing this conversation off really clearly, then doesn't look at what we're looking at, and then proceeds to go, you know what this situation needs? Someone to build a fire. Ha ha ha. Methinks the Inspector has taken leave of his senses. The chance of locating suitable kindling on these barren shores is infinitesimal. This was a thing. Someone threw this aside for some reason, and it's been so long that I don't actually... I'd say Hildebrand was draining it, but... No, for Hildebrand to function at all, he must drain the intelligence of all those around him. Someone threw this away, and I can't remember the significance of this, so this is going to be hilarious when I remember what it actually is. Here we are. This piece of driftwood should serve perfectly. And as fortune would have it, I just happen to have a flintstone on my person. Never mind that the waves have likely been hitting this thing, as we just saw in this cutscene. It's fine. Okay, did anyone else... Okay, sorry. Oh, you can kind of see it there too. So, when, I can't remember her name, but when the Makote, like, patted Hildebrand on the back, there was, like, this, like, sort of after-image glow, and I think that was because she was waving her arm in front of the rocks here. And it just happened again there with Hildebrand. I'll talk about something I noticed about, like, the way the ground renders after this, but I think that might be the explanation for that. There is no cause for alarm. 'Tis not blood that courses through the inspector's veins, but ice. I could not fathom a series of events that would lead such a calm and composed individual to lose his firm grip on that fiery torch. Remarkable insight, Nashu, that's it. Remarkable insight, Inspector. I must record these words for posterity. Ah, it's flying! What have we here? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan? Oh, Ellie, I feel so sorry for you. Could this be another challenge from the Fiend? What? Surely you jest, Inspector. It looks nothing like his usual card, see? Doubtless it's just the idle ravings of some madman. Perhaps so, but we must exercise due caution. Ah, there are 2 more pages. How is this? He's about to sneeze. Oh, damn it. I was going to see if that animation kept playing despite the fact that the dialogue wasn't going forward. Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. It is not the Lapis Maiden alone that shall come to harm. It is more direct than his previous challenges, but there can be no doubt as to the sender. What is this talk of another victim? The final page holds the answer, no doubt. Okay. I'm sorry. This is too much Ace Attorney and Danganronpa on the brain. Just because you pick up pages in a certain order does not mean that is the order in which they should be read. That's a really dumb assumption. Why? Why was Nashu writing this? Well, I mean, it's not video game logic. It's just not very well thought out dialogue or a situation. Like, it's an incredibly minor thing. It doesn't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things, but... She's bad at taking notes. Really? To basically imply that Bryden is going to be... Oh, well, I guess... actually, no. If she was writing what she was thinking at the time, then... Confounding Inspector Bryden will meet a fiery demise. Holy fuck. Fucking timing, oh my god. Oh, that's the best.
Make ready, friends! We are come to the burn!
Never mind that clown shoe shit. We're going into the burn now. We'll find out what happens next time.
We must wait out the storm.
Oh, actually, no. Well, we're going for it. It shouldn't. You can test it out for me if you want, because I did change it to make sure that wasn't going to happen, but... Oh yeah, there you go. So, okay. This is probably, like, way too... I'm probably being way too critical of myself thinking this, but, like... I really wish I had something more witty to say when it came up that was, like... And we'll find out next time, and, like, interlude straight into that, but... No, I didn't really have anything off the top of my head, unfortunately. Fucking shit. I suppose, like, you're not wrong, but, like, I just feel like it could have been better. But, I mean, that's just the perfectionist in me talking. Shit, I didn't. Alright, that didn't go too badly. Oh. Oh dear. We found Allergan's shit. I actually got far quicker back on playing Summoner well than I thought I would have. Oh, that's a lot. I love how on stream yesterday I was like, I really should remember to turn that light on before I start streaming, especially late at night. And then I just didn't. Just gonna... Oh, that was a bad idea. Pardon? Oh. Worry about the dots. God, every fiber of my being is like, no, reapply the dots now, and I'm like, I really don't want to, though. It's probably a bad habit to get into. You really shouldn't do that in group content, because, like, it's generally bad form to, like, last percentage. Dragoon is going to feel so foreign to me when I get around to it again. Really? Weren't you playing... Oh, no, you were playing, Dark Knight. That's right. Might be. God, this is a really cool area. Are you gonna keep running, or are we just... I don't know, we're chilling. Okay. Ooh, get to start out the next boss with Bahamut. I'm sorry? Dagon? Oh. I also have the wrong pet out. I did a bad thing there, but fuck it. That means go away, right? Oh, fuck. Wait, did I get hit with multiple mechanics there? I'm confused. Ooh. Oh no. What? I don't understand what just happened. Does everyone just get periodically frozen or something? Because I didn't seem to get hit by anything. Oof. Damn it, come on. I... You can't dodge that! What the fuck?! Okay, hold on. Can you actually see the dragon, or am I just blind? Oh, sorry. Am I just blind, or could you not see the dragon? And you just have to... Hello? Oh, it did come up. Fuck. Oh god, there's like nowhere to stand here. And I'm gonna get... Wow, this is a shit show. Holy fuck. I really wish we could deliberately wipe. I really wanted to take that boss on again. I didn't understand what was happening in multiple parts of that fight. Christ. Yeah, that was just something, like, I just... Like, I don't know if I wasn't paying attention, or if it was just... The communication I was looking for wasn't actually there.
Ah, there you are. Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder? Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
Wait, you guys already inspected that, but you came from...
Nor of Maxima and his people.
Hmm.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area. These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard. Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphinaud is his prisoner?
Yeah, we don't know that yet.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphinaud is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphinaud is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Actually, there's something I need to... Oh. Oh wow, I really thought that ring I picked up was going to be worth something, but apparently not. Oh well. Oh, that was an decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Oh, right, on the way back, I assume. Joking aside, I'd say our birds would do a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you? You can say that again. Hien has a request for the Scions. I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. At least, none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor then. Like, I'm sure at some point I'll get there with or redo the burn either with this character when I am leveling up other stuff, or when I get there with another character. But it was just really weird. Like the being entrapped in mist thing seemed to be really inconsistent, because I could understand that I got hit by one mechanic and that caused me to freeze, right? But it seemed like I got frozen by something else out of nowhere at one point. But then the next time I saw it, it was when I got hit by an ability. So I was like, wait, did I get hit by an ability, or what was the deal? And then, like, the dragon, like, rushing the stage and you having, like, a second to react, like, that's just bullshit. Like, especially when a lot of other abilities give you so much time to actually react to it, or, like, even if the window is tight, you still clearly have time to be able to dodge it. Like, that seemed like I should have been able to tell where the dragon was, but I couldn't. It didn't seem like I could see through the mist, so that's why I had that reaction when I did, because it felt like I was being cheated. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe a second run through would actually kind of spell it out for me a bit better. Oh.
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail?
Sort of? Kinda?
Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Dorma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varys' blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
Well, I think the implication here is that it wasn't meant to end up the way it did.
They may not have been acting on Varys' orders.
That too.
The guard answer not only to him, but to his family, the Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a Dorman citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lise. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance. To make it official, and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defences. You are welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Asians are concerned, naught may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lise, even if it was unofficial business. I had hoped there might be time to show you the land you helped to save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see... excuse me, a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say. And soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on too. Till the meeting then. Aldine, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go. In private? Go on, my friend. I will send for Hakuro and the others in the meantime. Great, I'll wait for you at the docks. Ah. One thing I never commented on that, is, like, a very slight difference between, like, WoW and this. 14 doesn't seem to be afraid to let the camera just clip through things. But as a result, like, you often find yourselves in situations where big physical objects are, like, blocking the camera. Whereas the way WoW handles that is just by blocking it. If you couldn't go through the wall, basically, neither can the camera. So, like, there's collision for it, and basically it just goes to the, it sits, like, against that surface, or furthest distance from the character in that direction. It's, like, not a big deal, but, yeah. Just something that bothers me, like, when I'm in a building, because I like to have my camera, like, all the way zoomed out. As a result, I always run into that issue where the camera's just clipping through something, unless it's going to clip out of world. Like, obviously, then the game says, no, you can't do that. Thanks for coming. Knowing you probably already guessed what I wanted to talk about. Actually, no. Alizé. Oh. She's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alizé I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless. And that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papalymo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance. And Alizé has you in the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't. But she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? I can't believe some people don't like the way Lise was, treated in this game. She's like so much of an emotionally so much more of an emotionally intelligent character, and I actually really dig it. Like, she's still a hothead in that, but she's conscious of it instead of being like just what's the word I'm thinking of? she's not completely unaware of, like, her shortcomings in that. She's like, not only can she recognize it, but she's fully recognizing of it and can see it in other people and is like, hey, look, I've been where this person is, and, like, I really needed people around me to help me get through stuff when I was being a reckless idiot, and I just need to know that they're gonna have the support I did. Like, it's so much better than Ida. Thank you, Aldine. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Alamigo. Like, I still can't look anything up about this, because I haven't finished Stormblood yet. And even if it wasn't the case, I'd be a bit hesitant to do it even then, because I don't know, what if I end up seeing Shadowbringers spoilers? But, like, I'm really curious why people don't like it. And, like, maybe it's just they like the caricature of Ida more, and, like, obviously that's a subjective thing, but, like, man, they did so much better stuff with Lise as a character than they ever could with Ida. I don't know. Well, not that they ever could, but there were a lot of ways you could take Ida at the end of ARR, and I think they went with a really interesting direction that, like, does the character justice. Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. 'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own.
With whom?
In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
Should I talk? Yeah, it's just a short thing. But every time something like this comes up, I'm reminded of what Elidibus was talking about towards the end of ARR when he referred to the Echo. Like, I think it was Minfilia. Well, yeah, no, it's during his confrontation with Minfilia. And she asked something to the effect of, well, if we actually knew how to use the Echo, or if we actually learned what the Echo was, or it's the depth of its power, blah, 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 what then? And Elidibus pretty pointedly says we would share common goals, and there'd be no reason for us to be enemies. And, like, every time that comes up, I wonder if they're actually ever going to get to the point where we may need to consider that the Ascians may not be incorrect, or that their goal may not be, like, the best, but is, like, parallel to our own. Like, I really wonder if they're ever going to pull the trigger on that. Yeah.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies.
What?
During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact.
So another research facility.
For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region.
Oh, that was really stupid.
If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Dorma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the Burn.
Wow. Jesus, talk about shooting yourself in the foot.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the Burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
A curious question. Besides Azizlar, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the two occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
Really?
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
Was there... It's been a while, like, oh, it's been, like, over a month, easily. Was there any Allagan stuff around the Azim Steppe? I don't seem to recall there being any, but... It is settled then. I will journey to Azim Steppe with the Scions. Yugiri and Hakuro, I leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I'm no aetherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. And so, while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections. Have care on the step. From what I hear, the Zayla like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Just the three of us then. Very well. Shall we take it? Shall we make it first for? Shall we make first for reunion? This game keeps doing that thing where everyone seems to talk in like slightly weird ways. Like reversing the order of some words, then like, I mean, which is a common thing. Like it's definitely not uncommon, but fuck, there was something else I had to say. No, it's gone. Fuck me. Sorry, I had to look at something on the Twitch dashboard because OBS stopped showing me a thing. Oh, it's... Jesus Christ. So this is the Azim step. Tales do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Oh. Oh, right. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot. Is it the spot we found him in? Yeah. Oh no.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
I thought that, like, center thing in the middle of the step was floating, but I don't think it actually is. I think it's, like, supported by a column in the center. Then again, I haven't been down there in ages.
I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Yes, that would be a good thing.
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth, and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
From here, we shall travel to Mol Illo. There we may ask Cyrena about the particulars of the myth and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. at least I have flying for this area now. Is there actually the House of the Crooked Coin, Tauhal, Moonrise? That sounds like it fits the myth pretty well. Holy shit, that's one big Moogle. God, it's been ages since we've been here. What the hell? Hang on a second. Configure video. Did the low light compensation go off? Oh no, it is on, but it's still weird. Well, like, it's gone like... I wish I knew more about the differences between, like, contrast and all that, and all those terms, because I can't describe what... I just closed my eyes and time traveled. Wow, you're really sleepy then, newest girl. Yen, Aldine, I'm glad of your visit, and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may I serve you? There is a matter I'd like to discuss with the mole. It concerns not only the peoples of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul. And you need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried? This northern crag? If that is your wish. In the mountains to the north there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside the cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe, you will find what you seek. Yes, I know the place. It is a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in war, or engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or not. Or will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However... Among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. You risk the ire of the followers of Nama. Might you first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. Oh shit, I haven't been... Hang on a sec. I hope that didn't come up on the mic. Shouldn't have, but... Alright. The Will of the Moon. Sheila is ready to put her skills to use. Seems the time has come to put my skills to... Pray, lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. Also, I guess I was wrong. Like, I literally looked at the House of the Crooked Coin and went, and saw Moonrise and went, ah, no, that's the thing. But I guess it's kind of... They occupy a similar place, but Whoa. Okay. Damn.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allegan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
Wait, is that the reason the burn is the way it is? Because the Allagans basically shut off ether in that area?
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effective regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Illo.
I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. In restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland. While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effective regulation, perhaps? Similar phenomenon seem to be occurring in Doma. What does that mean? A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. I don't think that's ever been brought up. Because what I imagine is happening is that, much like, what do you call it, Tupsamati, this thing, like, draws upon a large amount of ether in the surrounding area, but works more like a dam and sewer system than, like, a conduit, if that makes sense. I could easily see, like, a situation in which that thing is, like, literally draining the planet of ether to, you know, have this deluge, and that there's a concern that it might, like, actually affect the area around it if activated again. But, you found that, the planet's dying cloud. Yeah, no, it did sound like I was saying something directly out of 7. You found that which you seek, then? Great. Great indeed is the Duskmother's power. If not less will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribes should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dorthal. Of course, their consent shall be the key. The Dorthal least spoke of them. A warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will all be worth the effort. The Dorthal fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dorthal Ha and treat with their Hatun Sadu. Actually, I don't remember if you pronounce the K in Ha. Because I know you don't for, what was the other word? I know you don't for Hatun, but it's been so long since I've bloody seen anything from the Azim Steppe that, like, I'm forgetting how to pronounce things. Like, really makes me wonder whether activating this thing safely is going to be really difficult, or if we're just going to activate it and something fucking terrible is going to happen. Because that could very easily, like, fuck things over with the alliance with anyone in the Azim Steppe at that point. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? You again. Other matters demand our time, Hagen. Unless it is battle you seek. Alas not. Quite the opposite, in fact. So that relic's cool. Please, can we use it? Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power? Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. To the Dorthal, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it. Though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then? You will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the steppe to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely, battle. With you, Hagen. Really? You want a rematch? The Nardum ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dorthal as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. Well, this is, not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Hatun has made her choice. Shall we dance? It shall be a battle the steppe shall not soon forget. Ah, already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Hagen. Hagan? Yeah. And await me outside the Ha. I will gather my witness and join you anon. I actually completely forgot about Sadu when we were talking about best girls yesterday. She is definitely up there. Wait at the designated location. You know what's funny? It's been so long since I actually had to do battle out in the world that I completely forgot that I actually have the level 72 ability that gives me the Firebird trance. Because I've only ever had to battle in instanced areas where I've been level synced. Oh boy. Like, yeah, it sucks. This is one of the reasons that I, like, try and make sure... Oh, they're probably going to be speaking, aren't they?
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Han.
Han.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle, do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong, that we may rise higher. That is our way, the way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
A lot of talking going on and not a lot of throwing of hands. Oh, god damn it. She's gonna get up 4 times, isn't she? Yeah. Oh, I just blew...
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
Oh, shit. Oh my god!
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
Alright, one more. What? What? Oh, dear God.
In death do our souls sing!
Got him. This fight takes a while as a tank. Yeah, I can imagine. That DPS check is probably a nightmare, though.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun.
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever.
Are we doing this again? You two are the worst. Perpetually talking past each other.
Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing.
Am I gonna fight?
This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child. You will learn your place.
I really wish the, I didn't think I saw it when I was customizing,
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
Oh my god, I get to... Please tell me I get to fight this fucker.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Oh, damn.
Beg not for
I guess not.
for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Oh my god, are we playing as Y'shtola? We're playing as one of these two, I feel. It just took away my edgy. Oh! Hang on, what have I got? Stone, deals earth, deals wind damage over time, cure, Aether Wall. Okay, yep, gotcha. Let's do it then.
down before me! Kneel or die!
What the fuck? Fuck you!
Concentrate!
Oh, I need to be healing here, and what am I doing?
Kneel or die! Bow down before me!
Mark well and learn!
Kneel or die! Bow down before me! Tremble before the sun!
Oh, I think we just have to kill him. What? Oh. Okay.
Let us be about it!
I have a keyboard. That prompt is a joke.
To me!
I think it literally just lets you hit any key, too.
Have at you!
So that's what playing White Mage is like. I completely forgot I had to heal here and there. I was like, oh yeah, no, the NPCs always take care of themselves. Oh, wait a minute, I was specifically given the role of a White Mage.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
So, one thing I wanted to note before we move on, when I was customizing Azala for myself, I noticed that, like, I think these are in the male, Zayla, or... Is Zayla the tribe or the race? Al-Ra, sorry, Al-Ra. That's what I'm thinking of. Had, like, the head-mounted horns as well as the ones, like, kind of on the jaw there. Or on the side of the head. I think they're actually kind of there-ish. But like for female Al-Ra, it didn't seem like you would have any of this stuff, which is a fucking shame, because let me make the dragon race look like a bloody dragon, like, or like more bestial if I want, like Y'shtola. Yeah.
Y'shtola, why?
Yeah, well, I mean, all the female races are. That's like, it's like a distinct problem in a lot of fiction, is that, like, there's obviously sexual dimorphism in real life, but, like, when the dimorphism is actual, like, males get to be the actual monsters, and then the females of the same race are just, I mean, the Mikote aren't a good example of that, but, like, WoW Worgen are really good examples where, like, they're anthropomorphic, or they're more people than wolf in a lot of cases, whereas, like, male Worgen get to be literal wolves, or have a lot more wolf-like features. Yeah. It really bothers me. Because, like, fucking just let people customize it that way. It doesn't always have to be it doesn't, like, yeah. You're exactly right. Waifu simulators.
Are you my Nama?
Bro. Okay, listen, I don't usually say, like, bruh, but, like, every single woman that this guy approaches that doesn't get that actually stands up to his shit, is at least noticeably strong, or actually stands up to him, he's like, oh, you must be my wife. Like, fuck me. And your soul is like,
beg your pardon?
Fuck.
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain. Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
This is also a weird situation, because Y'shtola also has weird eyes.
Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Good. Fuck me.
Little?
safe. Fire to sear the wound in your heart.
Can we leave?
Enough time here.
Yeah.
Cyrano waits for word of our success.
We'll let them have it out. She walks right through them. Y'shtola's just like, okay, look, I'm done. Like, yeah, fight the Warrior of Light, that's fine. Drag me into the fight, I'll at least make sure things go right. But propose in front of me and then start fighting with people again? I'm out. Oh my god. That was fucking amazing. You had not only to contend with Sardu, but Magnai too? Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand, triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The Mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Cyrano. None of this would have been possible without you. Y'shtola would see the aether flow once more. We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Nama's power to use. If the aether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin. Like, one thing I will point out is that in most situations, the guy who acts the way Magnai does, like, dunking on him relentlessly, or, like, dunking on him when, appropriate, is definitely, like, I definitely enjoy, as you might have seen. But there is, like, a slightly weird dimension to this in particular, because the reason he believes this is because of teachings and stories passed down by his own culture. And like, on one hand, I don't think that means it can't be ridiculed, but I feel like the game is probably never going to make a point of, like, yeah, that's kind of a weird, or this, or that, like, Magnai's, like, devotion to that particular belief is so steadfast that, like, literally every turn he does this, which might actually be kind of the point, but it's obviously been a bit subtle. But I don't know, there's a weird thing here where a lot of the tribes in Izim Steppe have been made out to be very, like, they're coded to be, like, not foreign necessarily, or not foreign as in different countries, but, like, foreign as in different from our own. Like, it's meant to look, like, explicitly like a, well, I mean, the parallels are, like, Native American, tribes and similar tribes or peoples in similar situations, and just like it makes me raise my eyebrow in hindsight, just because uncritically that might be a little bit of a problem, but kind of feel like with each unsuccessful attempt he gets less and less weird and possessive about it. Yeah, I mean, Y'shtola's was definitely like a big spike, because he was like, oh my god, you are, like, really damn powerful. But yeah, like, if that's the case, then that's cool and all, because like after a while it would be like, okay, this is actually becoming a problem that's never addressed. But if he like slowly backs down because like maybe just confronting women with like, hey, are you my wife? Because you're strong is kind of weird. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back. Well, fingers crossed nothing bad happens here, but... So... what
Did it work?
happened?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Oh, so it was like a dam. Huh. Wait a minute. So, was I right? Are the Allagans the actual cause of the burn being, like, so... Well, I guess at the very least it could be a contributing factor, right? Like, that particular part of the land was so bereft of aether because of this thing that, like, drawing or summoning in that area was actually damaging the surrounding land more directly than it would have otherwise. But yeah. I do not pretend to understand what you did, Y'shtola, but you did it. Thanks to you, and Aldine, of course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why does this thing not appear on the map? It's really frustrating. Actually, hold on a sec. Did that? Oh no, Namai has the same travel cost for some reason. This just feels surprisingly not well thought out, and I don't know why. Like, it's one of those things where I'm like, is this a technical issue that you just can't resolve? But... oh, they have returned. Oh, god damn wooden rafters. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well in the Azim step. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tataru and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the agreement you may leave to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared you with our neighbours? My lord, All of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat and may respond positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashi and Suizno Sato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Suizno Sato was that village under the water, wasn't it? I think that was the one. But yeah, they're like really reclusive, so like... Although Yugiri not being able to petition them is kind of notable. I can't remember where Hingashi is, though, if we've been there. Just as expected, then. Well, there is naught to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we will have everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses, for the time being at least. All of which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. What's Yi? What's... I said so much just before that Yi doesn't really help me here. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. Oh, Hingashi's Kugane. Oh, okay, right. Oh, yeah, of course they have fucking... Yeah, they have ties to the Empire because they've got a bloody embassy there. I forgot about that. For that I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I guess we're leaving a lot of that in the hands of, the Ironworks to get going. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should arrive in the Alamigan quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? I'm on a hell of a delay. It might have, is it because of, like, if you, like, pause and, play the video, like, does it skip ahead a bit? I don't think I lost any frames, so... Oh, there it is. Oh no, I have dropped some frames here and there. Yeah, maybe give the video like a pause and play, and it might or the stream, sorry. Give it a poke, and it might fare a little better. Because if I dropped a lot of frames in like a short time period, it could have like hindered the stream enough to buffer, and that would put you behind on where I actually am. Believe me, having shitty internet, I know how that goes. Well, we've got a slow period right now. I'm just flying because it's cheaper. Oh, actually, I'm heading more in that direction. Oh god, do I have a hole in this thing? Fuck. This is also why I need more clothes. Like, the stuff I wear around the house is starting to get a bit too much wear. Time to buy a new shirt, yeah. Stoll has told me all, and I duly told Oriange and Kryl. Kryl, in particular, was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks, for the time being, on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Are involved in here is here to assist with security. Incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino, I expect. Ah, but it's almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. Ah, the Science of the Seventh Dawn. Welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting chamber? Oh boy, it's recommended that you said. Oh, well, I've got plenty of time. Ooh, actually, shit. You know what? I'm gonna get a drink before this. I should have taken a break just then. I'm an idiot.
Mistress Lise,
Oh, it's gonna pause here anyway.
It gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take a really quick break here just to get a refill on some water and that. And then we've got a lot of cutscenes ahead of us. So... Oh, no, not breaking. Cool. So I'll just be a minute. Okay, I'm back. It took a bit longer because I realized I had forgotten many things today, which feels bad. Well, in case the stream hasn't been obvious enough, yeah, I'm quite forgetful, and there was something I meant to do a long time ago that I forgot to do, and it just came up now, so, great. Anyway, let's enjoy cutscene.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades at their lines.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways.
Oh god, that is so ironic coming from you, Melwood. I'm gonna save that to after this cutscene, though.
If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions.
It's also kind of wild seeing, like, basically 3 entire expansions worth of leaders, like, sitting here discussing shit right now.
They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
Hang on one second. Sorry. I'm gonna set myself an alarm.
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic. Subterfuge.
Tell him, Thancred.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent. Family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces, would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
That way. Sorrow.
Oh no!
History must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Wait, there...
Spies in our midst?
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Is it over?
Ooh.
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
Really glad I went back through Heavensward recently. In Heavensward, after we reunite with Thancred, Y'shtola points out that Thancred seems to be odd. One of the remarks she makes, if I recall correctly, is that something to do with his Aether is different, and that the implication is that he may not be able to wield magic anymore. One of the other things I think comes up is the idea that he may be especially susceptible to it. Or that things like going through the life stream, or, sorry, not going through the life stream, but using the teleportation magics, for example, is risky not only because he may not be able to do it, but he may not be able to actually withstand it, I believe, is part of that. So, some being invading our minds, he's probably going to actually he's probably going to suffer the most, like, etheric trauma from that.
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alisaie and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely?
Yeah, incredibly similar in framing to when Hydaelyn speaks to us.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul.
Okay.
That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether. A consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Lahabrea.
Oh. Wait, no, wasn't that a result of Y'shtola's magics, though?
The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
Also, I don't know if the weather is meant to be like this for this cutscene, but it's making things very fucking ominous.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
And by whom?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Except we know of a power that is exactly like that.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
Okay, so maybe it is...
I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend.
Maybe it is affected by the weather that's actually affecting the area at the time.
Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, alright?
So, the obvious parallels to Hydaelyn makes this seem like it's gonna be Zodiac. Or perhaps the word of Zodiac, if there's an equivalent for Minfilia. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a specific fate happening right now. Yeah, so, like, I've seen a couple of those before, like when Odin appears and when, Gigantic Deer in, the Hinterlands, I think it is? The place with, like, Tailfeather and Annex Trine.
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
It's a certain electric horse. Potentially. See a lot of people are thinking about it. Oh. Well. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. There's one thing I want to do real quick, and I want to listen back to the voice. Yeah, they probably just cleared it. Aren't there, like, multiple stages that... Oh, I mean, they might have been on, like, the last stage of it. I want to listen to that voice one more time. Yeah, thank you.
Peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge.
Oh, no.
History must be changed.
Okay, yeah, I don't recognize that voice. The only other like ballpark person I could think of in that situation was the one of the Warriors of Darkness, but I don't recognize that voice at all. So I just tried to call Orianger on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Hell, he might have felt it. Like, if it affected the Scions, that... Ah, Orianger. Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started... What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. That was Orianger. He heard the voice too. Called it. In Thanalan? As we alone were affected at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Orianger, then there can be little doubt the Scions were targeted specifically. I also want to take a moment to just be like, excuse, like, the implications of what this voice is suggesting as well. Come on, it's got to be in here somewhere. Oh, it's not in the event? Oh, God, that's annoying. Ugh. Fuck it. I'll have to look at the exact dialogue later. But that voice seemed to suggest that we needed to go back in time and do something, or that time travel needed to be involved. What? By whom and to what end is the question, onto which we must find an answer with all possible haste. And I learned another emote. Prelude in Violet. Alizé is eager to rendezvous with Urianger. Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer. But if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Well, 0.4 patches at the start of the build-up for the following expansion. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, don't worry. I mean, the ending of 0.3 was also a, like, I think we're getting there now. Right, let's be on our way. I guess I just didn't expect it to be I guess I didn't expect it to be so blunt, you know?
Urianger! God, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
So, it's good that it's really good that this Urianger is like the first person we're talking to about this, because, Mouse decided to just fly up the screen for no reason. Because, again, Urianger is like the smartest character in this entire game. As has been shown, and if he would figure out the inner workings of this and possibly the parallels to Heideland's plucking of souls and stuff like that, it would be Urianger that would figure that out.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
Ah, that's why we're having this cutscene here.
During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin.
That's not good.
Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed. I shall make it my task to... The voice. It calleth to me once more.
I hear it too.
Someone fucking transcribe then! Jesus!
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
No! No, this can't be happening! Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
Okay. So it's not just Thancred. Forgive me. That was an unseemly display. Happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here could have behaved any different. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber. But tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in a like state in Alamigo? I'm afraid so. Though, given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Take heart, milady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, and how it may be cured. Thus we will rouse them, no matter what. That we will, Hori. That we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. So the thing we haven't established yet is whether or not we're all hearing the same words. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa Lominsa. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Wait, who? Thank you, newest girl. I want the aft castle. Gabu. Oh, God, I don't remember who that is. It's been way too bloody long. As you probably guessed, it's Garbu we've come to see. The private here will bring him out to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can. And after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. Oh! Oh my god!
My lady.
Really glad I played Heaven's Word recently. So has he been any better, or is he still...
Gabu, it's been too long.
This poor boy.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear. No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. Well, I mean, at this point I'm just waiting in any cutscene for another person to get bamfed. 'Cause I mean... So that's 3 so far. Who else are the part of the Scions that are still left? There's Alze, Kryl... I suppose there's, like, everyone here who's technically part of the Scions, or at least is helping the Scions, but it doesn't seem like any of them have been affected by it. I guess there's Alphino, but we don't know where he is. Tataru, yeah. Well, we actually haven't checked up with Tataru. I wonder if she would have been affected by that. I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they're both among... Excuse me. They're both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Tataru gets good screen time in the Stormblood trial questline. I mean, that's good, but, like, it obviously doesn't cover the idea, the fact, it doesn't cover whether or not she is affected by this, like, at all. Or it may not, I don't know. Much and more has happened in recent days. And like, it's important to the... It would be important to the MSQ if that was the case. So if the idea, or if the fact that Tataru was or wasn't affected by that is hidden in the trial quest line, then, like, that's... Much and more has happened in recent days. Some for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphino to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire. They march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. What could possibly... Oh, I guess joining in on, like, actually taking on the Empire is probably a big thing right now, but... Speaking of which...
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate?
That is a very good question.
Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
What reason would he have not to go ahead with this? Also, I love the design of these two, by the way.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior, a most tiresome trait, would you not agree?
I have seen this face a fair bit, in outside of the game contexts.
What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery.
What did I see? I saw just art of him, and well, okay, one of them was a meme. You know the one that's like the Jeb Bush meme where he wins like every electoral vote in the US. It was that meme except this guy. The only other thing I saw was, and I'm actually really glad he was introduced in this way because I thought it was a spoiler. But I saw art that basically spelled out that he is actually an Ascian possessing a body. Which, now that I think about it, is really weird considering I didn't think of that even after seeing this when I got back to the game. But yeah, there was a lot of shit implying this guy, or saying this guy is an Ascian. So I'm really glad that it's just out of the gate like, no, this is a Ascian possessing someone again. I didn't get spoiled on something, thankfully.
My dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms.
Grandson.
You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern.
Is the Emperor a puppet for this guy?
Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear. Have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The Founding Father was an Ascian. And he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos.
Okay! I was wondering how far up this actually went, but no! The founding of the Empire! Jesus Christ.
Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power. And there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alec.
Does that even matter in this circumstance?
like me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Like, I actually don't know if he just killed him or not, or if he just shot him because, fuck it, I can't stand listening to him anymore. Okay, yeah.
Waste of
Yeah.
time and energy.
Okay.
Both yours and mine. Lest you forget, you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you, pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Alphino? Yeah. What in the world? Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds, nor any evidence of battle. Damn them. They finally used it. The Empire developed an achemical weapon in Girabania. A gas. Black Rose, it was called. And to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this? I thought the project abandoned and its vile fruit destroyed. But naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Oh boy. Yeah, chemical warfare is fucking right. Fools. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay. Wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Ascians. Cannot be coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Okay, so he just figured out exactly what was revealed to us. Or not, maybe not to that extent. But he immediately sees Empire, what should be Empire movements, and sees, ah yes, the Ascians. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Fucking music? What? Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ascians and put an end to their plot. Soul searching. Alizé is at her wit's end. Oh, yeah, we're going to do the same thing, and that's 4.4. Wait, really?
Glad you've come. Though I'm afraid there's little in the
Damn.
way of
Oh,
good news.
well, yeah, I guess it would be. So we're going to do the same thing that Kryl did to find Minfilia's soul, probably. Use the what was it? The Crystal of Light? I can't remember the name of it. I'm glad you've come. Yeah.
After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Alphino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Kryl. Yep.
Kryl! I did not think you well enough to travel.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Also basically confirmed that she hasn't been affected by this.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory?
That dialogue.
That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
That dialogue was different because you haven't unlocked Eureka. Is that like a raid or... No, Eureka. Isn't that one of the relic weapon types? I could be wrong about that. I could be mixing it up with something else. Yeah, Stormblood relic weapon.
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Because, yeah, I can believe Kryl would be involved in that.
He remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Wow, so this is bearing a...
Yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
So this is bearing a striking resemblance to what would presumably have happened had we examined Minfilia's body. Oh no, wait, no. That was different. Because Minfilia was snatched up body and soul to Heidelin, so it wouldn't be quite the same.
I've read the report.
When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
No, I think that's literally the cheapest it'll be. It's interesting they actually accounted for the relic weapon quest line, though. Because in the past... in the past, it's more been raids, which is probably more of a... Actually, no, I feel like the relic weapons and, like, raid progression and stuff like that are pretty key to, like, later game stuff. And maybe they just decided to start accounting for stuff like that. Oh, and I guess it was within the expansion too, so it's like a more self-contained kind of bubble that would needs be tested. Although I guess like it shouldn't be that hard to actually check if like certain quests or certain progress in raids had been met by a character. Obviously, it's more complicated than just has this quest line been finished for the case of raids, but interesting that I haven't done that up until now. Because, like, they've just been calling me the Banisher of Bahamut, and I feel like there was something in the beginning of Stormblood that someone referred to a Heavensward raid, but yeah. I'd heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. God, this cutscene opens the exact same way as that one I was testing audio on. Hello.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders.
God, I love Matoya.
Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
Don't bloody hell. It's all you people think I'm good for is my bloody relics.
And Stoller is one of the inflicted, is she?
Hmm.
Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Oh my god. Okay. It was really subtle, but hang on, I'm gonna wait for the next bit of dialogue to like pause the scene.
Right. Let us see what we can see.
If you look back at that cutscene, when Matoya is like walking up to the shelf, you can see that there's no reflection or very little lights reflected in her eyes. Until what I presume is she picks up the eye because it got spawned in. And from then on, you can actually see that, like, she starts, like, turning around and that. I feel like they spawned in the crystal off-screen, but, like, you can still, like, because of the reflections and stuff, you could actually see it. That was kind of funny.
I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
In before she gets fucking snatched up as well.
What is it? Did you find them? This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible? How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see? The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off. Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the Broodmother's daughter all over again. No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe, and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
It's really rare that Matoya actually takes charge of the conversation by making, like, points herself. Usually she's, like, kind of sitting on the side being judgy and being like, oh god, you guys forgot this? Okay, here we go. Like, having her actively in the conversation kind of, like, very clearly kind of indicates that she's treating this with as much gravity as everyone else.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
I guess the question is, what is, like, one question I would ask in this situation, just from my own experience being a software engineer and that, her ungrateful stray is at risk. Yeah, that's very true. Like, my question immediately would be, okay, what are the bounds of this crystal eye and Kryl's, like, seeing ability? And is it possible that they go beyond that? So, is there actually a boundary within our realm, for example, that those lines cannot pierce? Are there areas of this realm that Kryl cannot see into?
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment.
Who could that possibly be?
I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way.
I really appreciate that that was like a lengthy pause for enough to like indicate that someone is clearly talking to her. There are a lot of situations where a line like this would be delivered and there's just like very brief pauses and not much room for like, oh, some to indicate, or not enough silence to indicate that someone is actually talking to them.
That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them. I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse, clogging up the Thaliank. I fear something has gone wrong. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. Oh, man, like, I get it, they're cat people, but using that language for them feels really fucking condescending. And I know it can be used all in good jest and whatever, but damn. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tale she has of grandfather. A defector's tidings. The news from Alamigo has left Alice in a state of nervous excitement. Yeah, also, Maxima and that didn't follow Alphino with the Shadow Hunter? Huh. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said, unless... there's no point speculating. Lise said she notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamigan Quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphino's plight and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me. Ding-a-ding. Tell you what, making Porta del Pretoria my, or Pretoria, sorry. My free destination is paying off a lot. Although, really, I could probably just put it in the Alamigan Quarter and it wouldn't... It'd probably be better, but, yeah. Oh, this patch certainly started off fucking hitting the ground running. Jesus Christ. We've lost, like, two of the smartest characters to this bamfing. Thancred, the man with the plan. Alphino is just not here. Like, Lise is spoken for with everything happening in Alamigo. Jesus. Punished Thancred, yeah. He's about to become double punished Thancred. He comes back with, like, both of his eyes. Oh, that's how they get to the near range. I'm joking. That's how they bridge the gap between Automata, because Thancred becomes blind, and then suddenly they see... I don't know, I'm reaching at this point. I'm sorry I had to. Greetings, Scions. The commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Of course.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This Shadow Hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them.
I mean, that makes sense when you're dealing with immortal beings that can possess everyone. The less people know about you, the better.
They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Albin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
That is too fucking real.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion.
Black Rose, I would assume.
I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head-on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
Okay, no one got bamfed.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
It keeps happening every time we decide to do something. When Thancred... Like, when Thancred was talking about implementing a plan involving himself, he got bamfed. Y'shtola and Orianger talk about investigating how Thancred was bamfed. They get bamfed. We decide that we're going to talk to Lord Hien to request reinforcements to aid in fighting the Empire, who is sowing the seeds of chaos to preserve the balance between light and dark. We get another message. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say that these are explicitly the actions that are going to bring about the situation foretold to us, that light will consume this realm. That's my guess, at least.
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer.
More to the point, someone is actively trying to prevent that from happening. Because it takes out Thancred, who is going to lead the subterfuging attempts. It got rid of Orianger and Y'shtola, as Alice said, two of the most intelligent people in the group, and people who probably could have figured this out very quickly.
We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
So Alphino is safe, for the present at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad Lys tasked us visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. Wow, Lys read Alize like a book. I'll just eat the... Jesus fucking Christ. I'll tell you what, one thing I'm really glad about being on PC again, the load times on PS4 are awful. They are terrible. Oh, nice. Hello, Dalmasca. The fall of Rabanastre was not the end of our nation. We who survived retreated underground, and we have been gathering strength to mount a counteroffensive. Dalmasca will always rise. Yeah, tell me about it. Rabanastre. Okay. Greetings, my friends. I was discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the steppe tribes. We also have been joined by our neighbors from Nagsha and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. Fuck. Final Fantasy XII is the one with, Vaughn and Penello, right? Is that the right one? Show me a goddamn picture, you Okay, yeah, no, that's what I wanted to see. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say that garb is very reminiscent of that. Obviously. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. Captain Bush von Ronsberg of Dalmasca. That's why that name... Well, that's why the name of that place stands out so much. I've seen memes from it, not much else. Glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its border with all haste. Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect that blow. But I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place. An all-important Allagan energy barrier. Are we going to aid with that, I wonder? The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps Seiryu's Aegis or some such. Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Azizlar firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. Yeah, I am literally the only person we can enlist for that. Shit. There's a great Mega 64 skit of FF12. I don't think I've seen that. I will come too, if you don't mind. Though I am no Y'shtola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course. Time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave you and Hakuro, God, I always fuck up saying his name, to bring the War Council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Wear the storms. I'll take the money, thank you. Seiryu's wall. Okay, that's not what I'm thinking of. know. I was thinking of a different, yeah, why not? Oh, I guess just for my own... Oh. Fuck. No, you didn't... You swallowed my goddamn username. There we go. Is there any spoilers in it, just for my own reference? Shh. Or is it just like... Well, I guess it depends on the length, but 12, I wouldn't say so. Okay, no worries. We will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon, as before. Join me at the Overlook near the House of the Fierce. Puppy. You definitely get more spoilers for 12 from the 24-man raid than that video. Okay, yeah, that's fair then. That's fine. I don't care about that then. Because, I mean, that stuff's probably going to fly over my head too, so, like, it's no big deal. Give the word when you're ready to take wing. Yep, let's go. Those don't look like ironwork uniforms. Oh, but then again, I guess I've been out of the loop on some of the stuff that's been happening in this expansion, so...
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders.
The lore implications from that 24-man raid are massive. Okay. For 14 or Final Fantasy in general?
The time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Oh, okay. So something specific to that game's world.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards. 2,000. 3,000. Expansion remains smooth.
I was gonna ask how high it actually was, but Jesus, that's a lot higher than I thought it would have been.
4,000. 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Damn. Well.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
Perfect timing, you mean?
This is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us.
Come on. Hello. Can we help you?
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
If that's fucking Alphino, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Or someone we know. Oh my god, it's... Oh my god, that is the worst timing. Fuck!
It's Alphino.
Oh! Oh my god!
What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Oh shit!
Lower the barrier.
Can you even do that? Oh yeah, I guess you can. Shit. Okay, that's a lot less of a problem then. I was gonna say, like, we can't turn the barrier back on? We don't have the ether to do that.
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
He got fucking bamfed. Ah! Wait, hang on. I want you to actually tell me the answer to this. Has someone gotten snatched every single time we've felt that vision?
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem.
Is that fucking Liam O'Brien?
It is a day for fated reunions.
What?
Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Well, I mean, person from Garlemald knows me, like... What?!
I, Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished.
Okay, hold on. There was a significance to that white mask that I clearly didn't get then. Oh, that was Gaius. That was the thing on the front of Gaius's helmet. Fuck, I should have picked that. That's what it was, isn't it? Holy shit.
Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded?
Yeah, you were left in the middle of the circle.
How I was deceived by Laha Brea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment, at least.
His outfit is this without the armor plating. It's the same, like, red cloth as well. Oh my god, how did I not see that?
A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians.
Yeah, I figured.
The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge.
Yeah, like, I can totally believe that. When you've got months to actually look at this stuff and, like, you know, see it through multiple times and, like, really start to closely examine everything, unlike me, who's, like, traveling through all of the story at Mach speed, I can 100% believe that people put that together. In fact, they probably put that together in the 4-point... whenever he was introduced. I don't know when that was. Like, I have no delineation between the patches, unfortunately.
My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered into oblivion.
Right.
But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
Is his, it may have been the gunblade handle that I should have also picked up on, but I feel like, whilst it's red and gold... Well, actually, no, his weapon... No, his was. But I don't know if that's, like, distinctive enough for me to really pick up on. Probably in subtle ways, again, if you had, like, months to analyze this shit, you probably would have thought so, but yeah. Or probably would have seen that, but I don't know if it's, like, enough likeness, or if it's unique enough by itself, sorry, that it would stand out.
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source.
The mask is what gave it away to us back in the day. I don't remember people looking into the weapon. Yeah, like, it's probably too indistinct and not unique, like I said, but... Yeah, I mean, the mask should have been a dead giveaway. Like, the thing is that, like, when you think of, or at least when I thought of Gaius Van Belsar, the visage specifically is not really what I think of. It's more of the entire silhouette, with that included. So it's something that completely bounces off me when I see it by itself. Like, I'm just like, that's important. I know it is because of the framing, but I don't remember where from. Like, people probably picked up on that really easily, but at the same time, it should be noted that that is an interesting way to take a distinct aspect of a character, presented in a way that you may not actually have got it immediately. It was enough of a clue to seem familiar, but not immediately place it. Yeah, exactly.
Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group. And while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was La Habrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus. But I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch.
I mean, I guess that still leaves batches they may have prepared earlier, but...
Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date, and authorized with the signature of one Zeno C.A. Galvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
Well.
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations? Or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland.
This guy really sounds like he was voice acted.
It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
It really sounds like Gaius is being voiced by Liam O'Brien. I don't know if I should actually look that up, but
life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
His ARRVA was, yeah. I don't think I'm familiar with that voice actor, but there's something about when he gets loud that really reminds me of, like, Illidan and Grimoire Noir. Or Vice, sorry.
Ally, to say the least.
I haven't played Kingdom Hearts, so that just...
Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphinaud back in Dorma.
This brings us back nicely to the problem of people being soul snatched again, I guess. Alphinaud is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining as we speak. I hope Kryle gets back to us. I've spoken with the physician. There are no David Bourne's voices Squall, Lance Bear's voices Sephiroth, the woman who voiced Kim Possible voiced Yuffie. Oh. That's a lineup. Alphinaud is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alizé, but I do. But Alphinaud is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made, and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know Savriu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Angel from Buffy, a member of NSYNC and a veteran Disney Channel VA supporter group. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a combination of Sony and Disney in some regard, so, like, they have some reach. Pray be aware, however, that we will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favoured by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldenard Trading Company in finding suitable ships. And as for navigating the distances in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Aldenard friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphino a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a chirurgeon accompany him every ilm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Ian. Yugiri, I will go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo, enlist all those capable of teleportation, and put them at the disposal of the Eorzea Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. Lys and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile... Oh dear.
Our supplies at Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance. See that you do.
Well, shit.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing. A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence.
Has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be the most susceptible to its influence. What?
Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
God, that fucking strut, by the way.
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The
edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
Yeah, I was gonna say, that was the fucking point.
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude.
Excuse me?
I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in elegant cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Parley on the front lines. We must leave now to convene with the Eorzean leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakuro, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste, and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I've just received word from Lys. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in the locks, we're to report to a resistance officer stationed in Porta Praetoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Alright, I think it's probably time to finish up soonish. It's within like half an hour or so is probably, when my roommate's gonna be heading to bed, so we'll get a couple more quests in before I call it. You must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to the Alliance headquarters. Sure. Oh, it might be outside the borders, I guess.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, where our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
so Alphino won't wake up. Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
What?
The Emperor himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission.
If he is to be
Knowing that an
believed.
Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
gods, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it.
Yeah, and I'm like incredibly powerful, but I'm basically a mute in this story, so like, yeah, sorry, Elise.
Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire
Oh.
also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
Of course.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Wait, what P word? Oh, no, yeah, right, yeah, politics, yeah, I gotcha. Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long, shall we? That's an amazing prompt. Parley with the emperor. Warframe looking asses.
esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance. On behalf of the Gallian Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you.
Let's go, Nanimo.
As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace.
You know what? I was talking a lot before in previous streams about how I really hope Nanimo's, like, negotiation skills, like, come to the forefront, because leaving off with Lolorito is obviously, like, satisfying, but, like, there are bigger problems that she may face. Literally having her parley with the Emperor and being the person leading the charge in that regard is... It's obviously not going to work, because fucking Empire, but...
As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of Magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
That is literally not true, Melwerb. I might talk about this in a minute, but god damn it, she is the worst of the Eorzean leaders, I swear to fuck.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Woods bounty.
Hey Charles, how's it going?
Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation? I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess? that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
Yeah, he's the leader of the fascist expansionist empire, so... Phew, this is really not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the Mediator. I just asked myself what Alphino would have done. Tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle, it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be as certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though, so why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? Maybe they have some insight to share. Yeah, so I want to take a brief moment to, like, call out Melwerb for being, like, a gigantic fucking hypocrite this entire game. Like, I said early on that I really, like, I kind of enjoy her as, like, yeah, the pirate leader and whatnot, but man, she has her head up her own ass. Basically the entire game, and presumably the entire time Luminsa has been a thing, she will, like, strike down the kobolds whenever they summon their god, and will be like, well, look, I mean, we had to. They summoned their god. Y'shtola correctly points out that, like, the reason that happens is because Limsa Lominsa keeps breaking agreements. Every time the kobolds summon Titan, it's because of territory disputes or Limsa Lominsa taking their shit. And her response to that is, like, she acknowledges her part in, or her nation's part in these tensions rising, but then basically says, but in this situation, what are we meant to do? She is literally the worst Eorzean leader of the, worst leader in the Eorzean Alliance. Just, like, absolutely no efforts being made whatsoever to parley with anyone in their territory. And she, like, I'm glad the Emperor called her out on that, because, like, I picked the wrong faction. Yeah, me too! I had a worry that something like that may happen if this game actually explored the politics of this, and I didn't expect this to be entrenched for so long. Like, I thought this would have come up earlier, but yeah, old Dargang. I'll say one thing for this virus. He is very well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The Conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies, yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. Yeah. Huh. You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come around. We may yet come to our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. 12 have mercy, but for Lady Alisay's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varus left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I'd have said yes, but having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly. He's building up to something. I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? You believe he is more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at ease? Put him at his ease? Mayhap you are right. Thank you, Aldine. This parley was never going to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varus's relation with the Ascians. As had we all, yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact, and if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man. If you would indulge me, Lord Hien, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens, come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitted being that of his Radiance's own person. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a fervour others reserve for the divine. 'Tis a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer inspection. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varus to reveal something. You've spoken with everyone, then? Good. Now all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor, and hope we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
That was Xenos levels of bored.
I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons pose to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
God, Lord Hien is really fucking good at this.
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Lorga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds. I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Gallian Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace? I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Oh my god!
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible.
The best monarch.
Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
I like how we don't get an answer to be like, I don't like this idea, you fucking racist. Fucking God.
Is of one mind on this matter.
That, like, the big thrust of Nanamo is like, dude, like, we can actually, like, work together even though we're different. What the fuck? But like it would have made nailed it home to give the Warrior of Light some like means of saying that as well. But
you Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
Savages also hits different. Savages also hits different when, after he's made a speech talking about how the one oh my fuck. Oh. Okay. I really didn't think we were going to go there. Like, I thought we were I thought the game would just be comfortable to kind of leave the racism stuff of empires like this as an undercurrent. Like, as something that's explored in Alamigo is, yeah, they do act like this, let's move on. But no! Right to the top, this guy is fucking trying to bring about the one race that could rule. Oh my fuck. Holy shit! I think that's the end of the stream. That's over. I just... Like, it's late, but also, like, holy fuck! Sometime tomorrow, literal race war. Literal, like... oh my fuck. Yeah, that was it. Apparently that was a really good point to jump in on, Charles. Fuck me. Oh. Just... Okay, I will say one thing about that, like, speech from him, and, like, the absolute refusal to acknowledge that people with differences could work together, because at some point they may give in to their own fear, is, like, very, like, almost too real, given some things that have happened in recent years, but, like... Jesus fuck. I don't even know what else to say. I think I just end the stream here. I need to process that. Thanks for watching. I don't have my schedule kind of sorted out yet, so I'm gonna try and figure that out over the next week. It's probably just gonna be more or less nothing but 14, unless I feel like picking up Hades again. Don't know if I'll be returning to Ace Attorney just yet, because, like, again, I want to catch up on this stuff, and it's doing some things I want to see out, so... yeah, thank you all for watching live or on the VODs. I hope you have a lovely day, and, I'll see you all next time.